Colorado businesses are one of a kind. But to run one, it helps having someone that takes stock of what you need. We're the bank that gets to know your business up close.
Hey, Annabelle.
Then we give you the right kind of lending support to focus less on finding a loan and more on the one thing in front of you. That's thinking outside the bank.
Ain't that right, Annabelle?
Bank of Colorado. There's only one.
You're very hungry.
Yeah, Marlon, if I have to hold it, you have to sing it.
Very good. You're looking awesome. Hey, you're doing a great job. You know nothing. I remember when you started Solid State Fair. Okay. Where's your dad at?
Bad timing, I know, right?
You gotta go where you gotta go. And so what we'll do, I don't know if they explained it to you. But we look, yeah, we don't have him put together two camps. And then, I know we have like 3 or 4 yearly, and we have some that are open. And we're going to the beach, so much ship is left. The British helped us is we're getting ready for the show, then I can come over. Awesome. And then did you give your client? Yes. Got it up check it.
Oh, no, it's pretty lengthy already. You might bore him to death if you had any more.
We still got 2 minutes. We'll wait for Jason to come.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, buddy.
Good morning. Thanks again for attending the Fort Morgan, Morgan County Livestock Show this morning. If everybody could rise and remove your hats for the playing of the anthem. Blaine Inslee is our superintendent of the beef, and he'll be holding the flag for us today.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And against red glare, the bombs
Good morning once again. We want to start off the show and introduce our judge for today for our beef show. Austin Wieselmeyer grew up on a Seastock Angus operation in Amherst, Colorado, showing cattle and hogs nationwide. He attended Butler Community College in Aurora, Kansas, where he was a part of the 2019 Junior Collegiate Livestock Judging Team of the Year. He then transferred to Kansas State University, where he was also a member of the 2020 National Champion Livestock Team. He graduated with a bachelor's in animal science and is currently an account manager for Hubbard Feeds, covering the state of Colorado. Austin continues to raise Angus cattle back home with the family operation, selling them in either the annual bull sale in March or the production show heifer sale in October. Please put your hands together and welcome Austin to our beef show. All right, in the staging area, we should have our breeding class 2 yearling heifers, March and April 2021. We're doing breeding first, and then March. Okay, we need the following contestants to the holding area: Jason Diaz, Brody Yoder, and Jason Diaz. Again, we need the first class of yearling heifers to the holding area right now: Jason Diaz, Brody Yoder, and Jason Diaz. We also need class 3 yearling heifers January and February 2021 to the holding area. Third and final call. Class 3 yearling heifers, January, February 2021. Hey, Austin. Could you try your mic for me? And just so you know, there is a spot out there you might, if you're underneath the speaker, it may feedback on you.
Test, test.
How you doing, Sonny? Good, how are you? Good. I'm just harassing you. Good?
has a younger customer. Brody has this one down here. Ariana's ready.
She has almost all the second class breeding, but none of the first.
But I don't have, like I asked them, they've got 2 cows back there, and I said, are these your mushroom cows? And they said, no, these are our Jameson. So it seems like the whole second
This
class
does not
is
look anything compared to the list that we have.
Colorado businesses are one of a kind. And to run one, it helps having someone that's there for you when things get rough. We're the bank that gets to know your business up close.
Alvin, come here, bud.
Then we give you the right kind of lending support to focus less on finding a loan and more on the one thing in front of you, or the one thing that falls into your lap. That's thinking outside the bank.
Bank of Colorado. There's only one.
Who wants the ball? Go get it!
This class size is pretty. Well, these lists don't look like the ones in the new one that we printed off yesterday.
Like the list that's posted is not the list that I have currently.
These ones are not bad.
So we didn't go off the one that's posted.
Huh? There's 4 classes. There's 4.
See, I'm telling
These
you, it
lists don't
matches.
match. You want me to go grab that?
Class 1 breeding beef, yearling heifer, September to November 2020. Ariana Yoder is entering the ring. Third and final call, Class 2 breeding beef, yearling heifers, February to March 2021 to the holding area. Third and final call, Class 2 breeding beef. First call, Class 3 breeding beef. First call, Class 3 breeding beef.
Well, good morning, everyone. Young lady brings us a pretty nice Wagyu heifer, single entry to start off with. Not used to really seeing a whole lot of Wagyu cattle in the breeding shows, but I think it's definitely a breed that's definitely picking up steam. There's a lot of margin and a lot of carcass potential in these on down the road. So props to the young lady for investing in this breeding program, but I think a female that still has a pretty feminine look up through her front third, one that's still bold and dimensional in terms of center body, and I think offers a lot of flexibility when set in motion. I would like to see her just a little bit longer and more nearly level out of her hip, maybe go with just a notch more power and total width behind, but that's something that kind of comes with a little bit of breed character, but a really nice place to start off the day with.
Congratulations to Ariana Yoder, Class 1, first place. Class 2 breeding beef. These are yearling heifers from February to March of 2021. Entering the ring, we have Braden Weibert with 2 entries. Once again, Braden Weibert with 2 entries. Eli Klein, Taylor Johnston, Jason Diaz, and Clayton Barch.
type and kind to sort through, but I think there's a tremendous amount of quality in the top two heifers of this class, but both are on different ends of the spectrum and both very different in terms of type and kind. But I think what places the young man's Baldy heifer first for me today is from a structure standpoint. I think that heifer, even though she's not perfect in terms of the build of her hip, I still think she offers a lot more flexibility, more length of reach, and more comfort when set in motion. Even though there's a lot of differences in terms of breed character as well, I still think that heifer's incredibly feminine and clean up through her front third, and still balances with a pretty attractive profile from behind. Like I said, we just kind of make that hip just a little bit more level, fix the construction of her hind leg, and make it just a notch more attractive. I think she definitely becomes just a notch more higher quality. But the young man's all black heifer that's going to come in second, that's one that I really appreciate from a power, performance, and brood cow standpoint. You get behind this heifer and she is just incredibly massive in terms of center body shape and the amount of width that she carries behind. Definitely looks just a little bit more limousine limb flex in terms of breed character, and so just a little bit more throat to her. But what kind of keeps this heifer in second for me today is structure. She's just a little bit too rigid and coarse off of both ends. Really wants to get upright there in her spine, so we fixed that, and then I think she definitely becomes first today. The young man brings us a nice third place heifer that I think one is just very complete from the profile. Still balances nicely, is very level, still offers some flexibility in motion. This is a heifer that's just a little bit more jam-packed up through her front third. I'd like to see her laid back in the angle of her shoulder and go with just a little bit more reach out of that front skeleton. Young man with the gold heifer next, one that's really powerful, really bold and dimensional in terms of center body, especially as you stand behind her. This is one that's maybe just a little bit not quite as easy fleshing in terms of type and kind. That's a heifer, it's just a little bit coarser about the point of her shoulder, pinches just a little bit more in terms of her forerib, so we kind of soften her up and smooth her up through that shoulder, and I think she gets a little better. The young man's white flanked heifer here, I think one that definitely has an attractive look up through her front third, a female that is definitely a lot smoother and neater at the point of her shoulder, but one that's just a little more shallow in terms of center body, gets a little bit round out of her hip, and I'd like to see her go just a notch more coordinated as well. A young lady's cream-colored heifer that's going to round off the class. I think one that offers a tremendous amount of longevity. I think this one's really good from a structure and flexibility standpoint. A heifer that I'd like to see just a little bit more weight per day of age on, maybe just a notch more condition, freshen her up in terms of her look, but a really nice class to start the day with.
Class 2 placings: Braden Weibert first, Clayton Barch second, Eli Klein third, Jason Diaz fourth, Braden Weibert fifth, and Taylor Johnson sixth. Entering the ring is Class 3 yearling heifers: Jocelyn Middlemust, Hannah Fox. Third and final call, Class 4 breeding beef. Third and final call, Class 4 breeding beef. First call, first and seconds of each breeding beef class for the championship drive.
We're going to go ahead and start off with the young ladies all-black heifer that's moved up to the front of the line. I think one that wins pretty handily, female that's just tremendous in terms of quality and presence from the profile, incredibly attractive up through that front third. I think she balances really, really well from there back. If I were to nitpick her, she's maybe not perfect in terms of the angle of her shoulder and how she gets up right behind her shoulders on the move, but that's just some little nitpicky things on a really high-quality female that's going to be a tremendous breeding piece on down the road. Young lady's heifer that's coming in second, not to take away from her, she just got stuck in a really good class of females, one that I still think has got some flexibility to her, definitely has a lot of length and performance, a little bit more age on this heifer as well, but one I think if we soften her up in terms of center body, clean her up at the base of her throat and at the crest, I think she gets to be just a little bit better. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to Class 3 breeding beef. First place, Hannah Fox. Second, Jocelyn Middlemist. Class 4 breeding beef. Heifer calves, August 2021 to February 2022. Entering the ring are Brody Yoder and Jason Diaz. We'll need all breeding beef class 1, 2, and 3 to the holding area. First and second place out of class 1, 2, and 3 to the holding area. First call. Underweight class 1. First call, underweight class 1.
Well, definitely two different breeds that are kind of built for different purposes, but today it's the young man's Hereford that's going to win the class. I think one that I just really appreciate from a stoutness and a broodiness standpoint. This female is incredibly heavy structured in terms of foot and bone at the ground, really bold in terms of center body, and tremendously powerful behind. I would like to make this one just a notch more flexible when in motion, maybe soften her up in terms of center body. Then the young man's Wagyu Cross that's going to come second. I think a heifer that Definitely has some flexibility to her, one that's got some dimension to center body. Just want to kind of see how this one grows and matures on down the road, but definitely built for a little bit different purpose and totally different type of cattle. But let's give these two exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 4 breeding beef. First place, Jason Diaz. Second place, Brody Yoder. Okay, entering our ring for the Breeding Beef Champion Drive. Class 1, first place, Ariana Yoder. Class 2, first place, Eli Klein. Class 3, first place, Hannah Fox. And Class 4, first place, Jason Diaz.
Hey, where's your second places? Yeah, where's your second place?
Class 2, second place, Jason Diaz. Class 3, second place, Jocelyn Middlemist.
Well, even though we don't have just huge numbers in the breeding show, I think the quality is absolutely there, and definitely a few more breeds that are represented than what we typically see. And so props to the young lady and young man that brought in some Wagyu crosses. There's definitely a lot of breeding potential and some really cool things that they can do with there. But there's two females out here that just really set themselves apart in terms of quality and offering that next level elite look and attractive build. And the two heifers are right here in front of me just to kind of break down the differences. The young man's black and white heifer, one that when you get right behind the cattle definitely has the power and the boldness of center body advantage. This heifer definitely comes back with a lot more width to her pin set and one that's just chock full of performance and power from right behind. A heifer that I would like to change in terms of how she sets down on her pasterns, even though she offers plenty of flexibility. It's just not the most attractive in terms of how she uses her hip and hind leg, so we'd like to fix her there in those areas. The young lady's black heifer that's next in line, I think one that is pretty hard to paint a better silhouette when she gets her parked on the profile right there. That female is incredibly feminine and ultra clean up through the shape of her head and her neck. Female that almost has zero brisket and chest floor to her, and that helps her sweep of lower body just look that much more unique and that much better. Female that I would like to change just ever so slightly in the angle of her shoulder, but it's not an issue, and she's absolutely flexible and ultrasound out here still. So I think it's pretty close between those two, but the one that just puts herself into that next league in terms of eliteness and quality is going to be the young lady's all black heifer.
Klein.
I wasn't watching. I think so.
Congratulations to our grand champion breeding beef, Hannah Fox. Reserve champion, Eli Klein. Third and final call, beef underweight class 21. Second call, class 31 beef lightweight. Second call, class 31 beef lightweight. First call, class 32 beef lightweight. Entering the ring, we have Addison Speltz with her lightweight steer weighing 928 pounds.
Well, the young lady brings us a nice single entry calf that just didn't quite have enough pounds on him at weigh-in. Calf that I think still has the fundamentals in terms of frame size and build and flexibility, and a calf that I think has the potential to definitely finish out in those upper 12, maybe lower 1300 weight range, but a calf that I think we just needed to push a little bit harder and one that could use just a little bit more performance, but the fundamentals are definitely there for this calf. Hopefully we kind of get things going a little better on down the road, and we'll definitely have a good feeding project for this young lady.
Congratulations to Addison Speltz, first place in the beef underweight class. Class 31 beef lightweight. Entering the ring, we have Dean Johnson, weighing 1,000 pounds. Gus Vickers, 1,015 pounds. Nathan Gherkin, 1,027 pounds. Nathan Gherkin, 1,035 pounds. Jasmine Brindisi, 1,039 pounds. Harley Holdren, 1,043 pounds. And Jasmine Brindisi with 1,044 pounds. Class 32 beef lightweight. Third and final call, class 32 beef lightweight to the holding area. Second call, beef lightweight, class 33. want to thank our breeding beef sponsors. Breeding beef sponsors for the Grand Champion Breeding Beef for Morgan County Cattlemen's Association. The Reserve Champion is sponsored by Premier Farm Credit of Fort Morgan. Thanks again to our sponsors of our breeding classes.
Well, in some of these lighter weight classes, it always becomes kind of a challenge on whether we go the carcass ready route, which it's kind of tough to get a just over 1,000-pound calf ready to roll in terms of condition and finish. And so we kind of break it down more in terms of completeness. Does that calf balance, and do they still have some total product and muscle to them? And I think the calf that just brings the most good to us in this class is the young man's red steer. I think a calf that's still fairly complete in terms of balance on the profile. When he gets those front legs put back under him, that calf definitely settles down in terms of his top line. He's attractive up through that front end, and then when you get in behind that steer, I think that calf is one of the boldest rib steers in the class that still comes back into a pretty wide pin set and carries the most shape down into his lower stifle. Definitely not quite there from a finish standpoint in terms of fat over his 13th, so I'd definitely like to see just a little bit more cover, but a nice place to start in this class. Young man's black steer that's going to come second, I think one that I do appreciate a little bit better from a flexibility standpoint. I think that calf offers some reach off of both ends of his skeleton, and one that's still pretty soft and deep in terms of center body. Calf that I think does have some shape up high and is pushing just a little bit more fat cover when we get right on top, but a calf that's just a little bit more moderate in terms of type and kind, maybe just a little bit more shoved together up there through his front third. Young lady's red steer that's going to come in third. I think a calf that's really good from a fundamental standpoint, a calf that's got some stoutness of feature at the ground, a calf that's bold in terms of center body, and you get behind him and he's still big and powerful in terms of his upper hip. One that's just a little bit rounder in terms of his general build, a calf that's just a little bit harsher from a condition and finish standpoint. I definitely would like to see just a little bit more fat cover over this guy, and then he could definitely move up a few spots. Young man's roan market heifer that comes next is probably the most market ready today, and that she's been able to do that because of her frame size, because of her moderation, which for me is honestly kind of a detriment in this class. She's just a little bit too quick and early maturing in terms of type and kind. Need to give that heifer just a little bit more frame to grow. Young man's another market heifer that comes next. I think one that's powerful when you get in right behind her. Definitely big in terms of top shape, but a female that's just a little bit rounder in terms of her general build, a little bit harsher and shallower in terms of center body. Need to see just a little bit more fat cover on that one. And then we get in the two steers that I think just have the potential to grow and to finish out at a heavier weight. We just needed to kind of get them there with just a little bit more feed, just a few more days on feed. Calves that I think have plenty of substance of foot and bone to them, have some reach and some flexibility. Just need to really see an extra 100, 200 pounds on these calves to really see them at their 12 o'clock and their prime potential.
Congratulations to the beef lightweight class 1. First place, Nathan Gherkin. Second, Dane Johnston. Third, Jasmine Brindisi. Fourth, Gus Vickers. Fifth, Nathan Gherkin. Sixth, Harley Holdren. And seventh, Jasmine Brindisi. Class 32 beef lightweight. Entering the ring, Clayton Barch, 1,053 pounds. Benjamin Irene, 1,055. Aisley Kimball, 1,071. Percy Odell, 1,079. Casey Hunt, 1,079. Jasmine Brindisi, 1,086. And Aisley Kimball, 1,101. Third and final call, beef lightweight class 3. Third and final call, beef lightweight class 3 to the holding area. First call for the championship lightweight drive. First call for the championship lightweight drive.
Well, in this class, we have a couple cattle. They're just a little bit more acceptable from a finish and carcass readiness standpoint. To start off with is going to be the young ladies. To start off is going to be the young lady's kind of gold-tinged steer. Even though he's not perfect from a structure standpoint, I still think she gets that calf set up just like that, and he offers a pretty balanced and attractive look on the profile. But when you get in behind the cattle, that's still a really thick-ended, big-hip steer that's bold and dimensional in terms of center body, and I do think he's almost 12 o'clock in terms of finish. He's just right there, but definitely acceptable enough for me today. Nice place to start this class with. Young man's market heifer that's going to come next, I think one that's really, really powerful when you get in right behind her. Really bold in terms of center body, very, very shapely when I get my hands there over her rib and over her loin, and a female that just comes with a little enough finish and enough readiness today, but a heifer that's just a little bit rounder in terms of her general build, a little bit shorter there out of her hip, not quite as attractive in the build of her hind leg going away. Then the young lady's black and white market heifer that comes next is very similar in terms of type and kind. Very, very thick-ended and powerful from right behind, one that's bold in terms of center body. I think that heifer comes with a little bit more stoutness of feature at the ground, but that's one that I do want to change in terms of her overall build as well. She is just a little bit more shoved together off of both ends, a little bit rounder off of her hip, and just a little more forward in terms of the set to her hock and hind leg. So we kind of loosen her up in terms of the angles of her skeleton, give her a little more softness of center body, and I think she definitely moves up. Young man steer that's going to come next, I think one that's really powerful when you get in right behind him. This calf has definitely got some shape there coming out of the top side of his hip and carries a lot of product down into the lower portion of his stifle, and that calf is almost market ready too. He's just almost 11, 12 o'clock there, but a calf that we do really need to change from a structure standpoint. He's just a little too rocked forward in the angle of his shoulders, doesn't quite move well enough out of his front end, so we fixed that, and he's definitely a contender to move up in the class. Then the young lady's black steer that comes next, I think one that we get into a little better build package here with this calf. A calf that's more laid back in the angle of his shoulder, definitely offers some stoutness of feature and foot and bone at the ground, and a calf that's deep and soft in terms of center body, but you get this view and you watch him go away and you just want some more punch and some more power there. We just need to kind of give this calf a little bit more total product to move up in the class. Then the young lady's red roan steer here coming next. I think a calf that's definitely long and level and got some performance and some frame size to him, but a calf that, with that being said, we just need to see an extra 100 to 200 pounds on that guy to really see him finished. He's just a little bit more raw and hard to the touch, so we definitely need to change that. And then the young man steer that's going to round off the class, one that's definitely got an extra degree of finish on top of the two steers that are right in front of him, but a calf that's just a little bit more problematic from a structure standpoint, just doesn't have quite the longevity to really get to an optimal market weight with that guy, so we changed some things there, but a really, really nice class of lightweight steers.
Congratulations to our beef lightweight class 2. First place, Aisley Kimball. Second place, Clayton Barch. Third, Aisley Kimball. Fourth, Piercy Odell. Fifth, Casey Hunt. Sixth, Jasmine Brindisi. And seventh, Benjamin Irene. Class 3, beef lightweight, entering the ring, Addison Speltz, 1,103 pounds. Clayton Barch, 1,109. Delaney Draggart, 1,111. Michaela Gilbert, 1,112. Zoe Sneed, 1,119. Ryder Halley, 1,127. Brody Yoder, 1,143. Following the conclusion of this class's placings, we'll have the lightweight championship drive. We need class 1 and 2 in the holding area. Class 1 and 2, first and second place in the holding area. First call, beef medium weight class 1. First call, beef medium weight class 1.
I think a nice pair of steers to sort to the top of this class. Both can definitely be changed from a structure standpoint to be just a notch more flexible in motion, but I think both are incredibly powerful. Both are pretty much on target from a finish standpoint, and both are really, really good carcass steers. The young lady's calf that's going to win, I think one that still offers some flexibility in motion. This calf is really heavy structured, lots of foot and bone there at the surface. I think when she gets him parked on the profile, he still balances with a good enough look for me, but you get your hands on this calf and he's really, really shapely there over his rib and loin, and one that definitely brings enough fat cover today. Young man's calf that's going to come in second, I think one that is really deep and dimensional in terms of center body, certainly seems like an easy feeding kind of steer, and a calf that I think can offer just kind of a neater look at times, but one that's just a little bit round in terms of his hip, a little bit more forward there through his shoulder, and a calf that I think could be just a little bit more coordinated when set in motion, but one that's got a ton of product and a ton of power and fits with the class winner very nicely. Young man's black and white steer that comes next, one that's got just a little bit more frame size to him. I think we got him recovered. Young man's black and white steer, one that's definitely got a little bit more frame and growth to him, plenty of stoutness of feature at the ground, a calf that's deep and soft in terms of center body, but a steer that's just a little bit more awkward in terms of his build as well, just a little bit straighter there at the point of his shoulder, a little bit rounder out of his hip, and a calf that I think could bring just a little bit more fat cover and a little bit more finish to really compete with the top two steers in the class. We get into some differences in terms of type and kind here. The young lady's black steer that comes next is one that's just incredibly powerful, ultra muscle and ripped up, one that's really bold in terms of center body. But this calf has definitely got some challenges from a structure standpoint. I think one that's just a little too moderate and quick and early maturing in his type and kind, and a calf that maybe we could see just a little bit more fat cover there over his 13th, but a calf that I think is definitely one to appreciate from a muscle standpoint. Young man's white steer that's coming next, one that I think definitely has the fat cover and the finish advantage over the calf that we just talked, and one that's definitely got more performance, more weight, not necessarily weight per day of age, but just more potential in terms of frame growth to finish out, but a calf that just kind of falls short in terms of stoutness of feature, one that just doesn't have quite as many extras in terms of look, hair, and freshness today. Young lady's black steer that comes next, calf that's definitely got that extra frame, definitely got plenty of length to him and dimension of center body, a calf that's just a little bit more raw to the touch today, one that we need to see just a little bit more feed and weight per day of age on this calf to see him come in just a little bit more ideal in terms of finish and fat cover. Same story for the young lady's red roan steer, calf that I think has definitely got some flexibility, plenty of length and performance to that guy, just a little bit too raw today. Just need to see some more time on feed for this guy to truly finish out, offer the most market potential for this young lady.
Congratulations to our beef lightweight class 3. First place, Delaney Draggart. Second place, Brody Yoder. Third, Clayton Barch. Fourth, Zoe Sneed. Fifth, Ryder Halley. Sixth, Michaela Gilbert. And seventh, Addison Speltz. Entering the ring for our lightweight championship drive, Class 1, first place, Nathan Gherkin, weighing 1,027 pounds. Class 2, first place, Aisley Campbell, weighing 1,101. And Class 3, first place, Delaney Draggart, weighing 1,111. Our Class 1 second place, Dane Johnson, 1,000 pounds. Class 2, Clayton Barch, 1,053 pounds. And Class 3, Brody Yoder, 1,143. Second call, medium weight Class 1. Second call, market beef, medium Class 1 to the holding area. First call, Class 1, medium weight.
As we get our class winners back out here for the lightweight division, I think just some similarities in terms of type and kind. All three have some structure issues that we definitely like to fix and change to make these calves and give them just a little more competitive edge out here later on in the day. But just to kind of break them down a little bit, young man's class winner out of that first class, I think a calf that's real attractive and clean up through that front third, one that's definitely got plenty of length to him, and a calf that's maybe just a little bit more level out of his hip than two others out here. But one that you get your hands on him and he's just a little bit more raw compared to the other two. Calf that I definitely would like to see just a little bit more time on feed, a little bit more fat cover and finish to that guy. Young lady's gold steer, one that's definitely kind of a big middle, real easy feeding, soft-sided kind of a steer, one that's definitely pretty appropriate in terms of finish at this weight. Calf that still handles with some shape up high, but a calf that I think does get just a little bit more awkward in terms of the use of his rear leg, definitely a little bit rounder out of his hip and doesn't just reach quite as well as some others out here. And then the young lady's black steer out of that third class, I think a calf that just balances fairly nicely given what his structure problems are as well. Calf that's still attractive through that front third. He's definitely dimensional and big enough in terms of center body, and one that I still think offers plenty of flexibility given kind of how his structure is built as well. Then you get in right behind this calf and get your hands on him, and I'm definitely impressed by just how massive he is right behind his shoulders, how square and wide he is there over his loin, and a calf that's just really, really smooth in terms of finish, definitely 12 o'clock from a market readiness standpoint. So with that being said, the young lady out of the third class will be your champion lightweight. As we bring in the second place from that class, we talked that they're pretty similar in terms of type and kind. Both offer kind of their little build issues that we'd like to fix, but this is a calf that's just real dimensional in terms of center body, really, really powerful, and he still reaches and fills his tracks on the go. Maybe not quite the freshest in terms of presentation, hair and skin coat today, but I think that's just a calf that's real complete, real good from a carcass standpoint, and I can still appreciate his look from the profile. He'll be your reserve lightweight.
Congratulations to your lightweight champion, Delaney Draggart, and lightweight reserve champion, Brody Yoder. Third and final call, beef middleweight, class 1. Third and final call, beef middleweight, class 1. Second call, beef middleweight, class 2. First call, beef middleweight, class 1, class 3. Entering the ring for beef middleweight class 1, Ryder Halley, 1,151 pounds. Abby Ramirez, 1,154 pounds. Riley Clapper, 1,161 pounds. Gracie Irene, 1,161 pounds. Riley Hunt, 1,165. Ariana Yoder, 1,178. And Ellen Carrasco, 1,198. Want to let everybody know that the Morgan County Cattlemen's Association is ready to start serving in just a couple minutes. For lunch, they have beef sandwich lunch, including beans, chips, pickles, and water. Rancher suggested donation of $10. Donations will help us bring agriculture to the classroom and student visits to the National Western Stock Show. Again, the beef lunch will be starting in just a few minutes. We want to thank J.A. Timmerman Cattle Company, Pineal Yard Brush, for the sponsorship of the Champion Lightweight Division. Again, J.A. Timmerman Cattle Company, Pineal Yard, and Brush. Thank you. Third and final call, Class 2 medium weight. Third and final call, Class 2 medium weight to the holding area. Second call, Class 3 medium weight. Second call, Class 3 medium weight.
I think a nice pair of steers to lead off the class with, but it's really a structure difference that sorts the pair. The young lady's steer does win pretty handily for me, even though that's a calf I'd like to see just a little bit deeper in terms of center body and softened up in terms of his appearance. That's still a calf that handles with a tremendous amount of shape up high. He's really smooth and finished over that 13th, and a calf that's just really thick-ended and powerful when you get in behind him, and still plenty flexible in motion. Young man steer that comes next, a calf that I do really like when he's set up on the profile. That calf balances really well. That's a really good centered, good feeding type of a calf that's really on target in terms of finish today. Really powerful and thick-ended when you get behind him, but you watch him go away, and we definitely need to change some structure things, and so second's as high as he gets today. The young man's white heifer that comes next, one that definitely has the structure advantage, definitely has a lot more flexibility off of both ends of her skeleton, and a heifer that's not just real shy in terms of power, but maybe not quite as finished over a 13th as what you'd expect looking from the outside, and a heifer that's just kind of given being a heifer. She's just not quite as ripped up and shapely there over a rib and loin as the two steers that lead off the class. And the young lady's black steer that comes next, a calf that I probably like as much as any from a structure standpoint and how that guy is made. When he's in motion, he's definitely the most flexible and the most fluid-like off of both ends, but you get in behind that calf and you get your hands on him and you just wish there was a little bit more there. He's just a little bit more raw in terms of his finish, and one that we just need to see a little bit more shape come out of the backside of his shoulder. He gets just a little bit narrow at the ground as he goes away. Young lady's calf that comes next, calf that's got just a pinch more true skeletal width to him, maybe just a notch more shape there right behind his shoulders, and a calf that's handling with some close to acceptable fat cover and finish over his 13th, but a calf that's just real round in terms of his build, not quite as attractive, not quite as high quality from the profile. Young man's calf that comes next definitely appears to be a pretty easy feeding, well-finished steer from the outside, but you get your hands on him and you're kind of deceived. He's actually a lot flatter and plainer in terms of the shape over his rib and loin, and a calf that actually doesn't have quite as much fat cover over his 13th is what I'd like to see and what I'd like to expect just looking in from the outside, and a calf that we could definitely change in terms of the look of his front end and the build of his hip. And the young lady that rounds off the class, calf that's got some growth and some frame and performance to him, calf that's got plenty of stoutness of feature at the ground, but one that we just need to see a little bit more weight per day of age on, see a little more fat cover on this guy for him to really compete in this class.
Congratulations to our medium weight class 1. First place, Ariana Yoder. Second, Alan Carrasco. Third, Ryder Halley. Fourth, Riley Hunt. Fifth, Gracie Eyring. Sixth, Riley Clapper. And seventh, Abby Ramirez. Entering the ring, class medium weight 2, Kirsten Dahl, 1,204 pounds. Jason Diaz, 1,205 pounds. Weston Filter, 1,215 pounds. Jasmine Brindisi, 1,224 pounds. Madeline Wilson Turner, 1,230 pounds. Kirsten Dahl, 1,235 pounds. And Jaden Thompson, 1,250 pounds. Third call, beef class middleweight, class 3 middleweight. Third call, middleweight class 3. First call, first and second places for the middleweights, championship drive. Once again, want to let everybody know that the cattlemen's have their beef sandwich lunch, including beans, chips, pickles, and water. Rancher suggested donation of $10. Donations will help us bring agriculture to the classroom and student visits to the National Western Stock Show. They are serving lunch if you're interested.
Well, the young man up front brings us a really nice kind of white cream colored steer to start with. Calf that's just really good in terms of balance, and attractive look from the side, ultra fresh in terms of presentation and hair. And then you get behind that guy and he is just really, really powerful, ultra bold in terms of center body, massive in terms of his shape up high. Calf that I really appreciate from a carcass standpoint. Just need to fix this guy's hock and hind leg as he goes away. Young man's black steer that comes next, I think one that's definitely a little better in terms of soundness and flexibility when we set him in motion. He's definitely more refined about his joints, but one that doesn't carry as much extras in terms of foot and bone work there at the ground, and a calf that's just a little bit plainer in terms of his look up front, but one that I do really appreciate from a carcass and a finish standpoint. Young lady's black calf that comes next, one that is just really, really powerful, one that's just ultra ripped up in terms of muscle up high, stout in terms of bone work at the ground, but a calf that's just a little bit coarse, a little more shoved together and compact in his overall makeup. Need to kind of give that guy an extra tenth of fat there at his 13th. Young lady's red roan steer that comes next, a calf that I do appreciate from a carcass standpoint. This guy is powerful, muscular, and lots of product from right behind, and a calf that I think does offer a 12 o'clock finish, one that is really on target in terms of the fat cover he offers over his 13th. Just really need to change up how this guy goes off of both ends, laying back in the angles of his skeleton, make him go just a little more comfortable. Young lady's gray steer that comes next, calf that initially kind of offers a good balanced look on the profile, but one that you set in motion. He gets more forward in the angle of his shoulder. He's a little shorter out of his hip, and a calf that you get your hands on him, and he's just a little bit more raw. Really needs to come with an extra 2 or 3 tenths of fat to truly be finished today. Young lady's black steer that comes next, calf that I really appreciate from a build standpoint. This calf is really, really flexible, offers a tremendous amount of reach off of both ends, and one that does balance pretty nicely. When we break it down into market steer fundamentals and we get in behind this guy, he just needs to offer more power, more punch, and needs to come with some extra fat cover to really move up in this class. And then the young man steer that's going to round it off, I think one that does offer some shape, there over his rib and loin, and a calf that does have some power and product from behind, but one that maybe just needs to cover 13th a little bit better in terms of fat. A calf that we really need to change in terms of structure going away.
Congratulations, medium weight class 2, first place Jason Diaz, second Kirsten Dahl, third Kirsten Dahl, fourth Jaden Thompson, fifth Madeline Wilson Turner, sixth Jasmine Brindisi, and seven Weston Filter. Entering the ring, class 3 of medium weight, Max Curtis, 1,251 pounds. Reagan Thomas, 1,254 pounds. Ty Svedden, 1,257 pounds. Ashlyn Thompson, 1,258 pounds. Owen Steffen, 1,259 pounds. Haiti Hannon, 1,261 pounds. And Jillian Steffen, 1,266 pounds. Following the placing of the Class 3 middleweight, we'll have our middleweight championship drive. Can we have all first and second place out of classes 1 and 2 to the holding area? Once again, please support the Morgan County Cattlemen's Association with their sandwich lunch. $10 rancher's donation, and it goes towards building agriculture in our community.
think a really competitive trio of cattle out here, and some differences in terms of type and kind, but I think the one that just brings the most good together is the young man steer up front. I think a calf that balances really nicely on the profile, one that's bold and dimensional in terms of center body, and a calf that's still made pretty good out of his hip. He's just rocked forward just a little bit more in terms of his pin set, wants to kind of dip there in his loin as we get on the move, but that's a calf that's really, really flexible, definitely a lot of stoutness of feature, and then you get your hands on him, and that calf is massive in terms of top shape and definitely very, very smooth and 12 o'clock from a finish standpoint. He may not have quite the fresh hair as that calf in second, but this calf is still really fresh from a handling and a carcass standpoint. The young lady's calf that comes in second, one that's just kind of a little bit more unique in terms of his build. This calf is really attractive there through that front third. He's really cool how his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder, and you get behind him, and that calf is really massive in terms of his upper hip and the shape he carries into his lower stifle, and one that's still really stout at the surface, maybe just a little bit rounder in terms of the build to his hip and hind leg, and a calf that maybe doesn't look like he comes with the most finish, or maybe he isn't quite there, but you put your hands on him, and he's certainly acceptable and definitely smooth to the touch. Young man's market heifer that comes next, I think one that definitely offers a lot of competition in that top three, made it pretty tough. I think this is a heifer that's really good from a finish standpoint. That one is awesome in terms of carcass merit. She's powerful, she's got a lot of shape up high, and she's definitely smooth to the touch, but a heifer that's just a little bit frailer at the surface, just a little bit more awkward in terms of her build. She is very long-sided, but I would like to see her take just a little bit more length of stride on the go. Young man's Baldy steer that comes next, I think a calf that's definitely powerful when you get right behind him. He doesn't look like he's just perfect in terms of finish, but he's definitely acceptable, and I appreciate that he's not just so overdone like a few in here, but a calf that still balances nicely on the profile, and I think still offers some flexibility in reach and motion. The young man's market heifer that comes next, one that definitely is going to probably have the quality advantage in this class in terms of carcass, in terms of how that carcass will grade if genetics allow. This one is definitely the most finished. She's probably had as much time on feed as any, and one that definitely converts feed to gain really, really well, but almost to the point where it's a little too much. She's just a little bit too overdone in terms of fat cover today. She's pushing more that 7/8 of fat over a 13th, so we'd like to change that there. Young lady steer that's going to come next, I think a calf that offers a little bit more frame and growth and performance to him, a calf that's definitely more acceptable in terms of finish and composition there, but one that I would like to see fixed in the build of his hip and give him just a little bit more natural skeletal width as that calf goes away. And then the young lady that's going to round off the class, I think one that kind of represents similar kind to the young man's market heifer that's just 2 spots ahead, but I think one that we definitely could have dialed back just a notch in terms of finish and fat cover, kept that thing just a little fresher, a little bit more shapely going away, but one that's definitely been a really good, easy feeding project for that young lady.
Congratulations to the beef middleweight class 3. First place, Tyus Nedden. Second, Jillian Steffen. Third, Owen Steffen. Fourth, Reagan Thomas. Fifth, Max Curtis. Sixth, Ashlyn Thompson. And seventh, Haiti Hennon. Entering the ring for the medium weight championship drive, our class 1 first place, Ariana Yoder, 1,178 pounds. Our class 2 first place, Jason Diaz, 1,205 pounds. And our class 3 first place, Tyus Nedden, 1,257 pounds. Following our first places, we have our Class 1 second place, Alan Carrasco, 1,198. Class 2 second place, Kristen Dahl, 1,235 pounds. And our Class 3 Jillian Steffen, 1,266. Beef heavyweight class 1, third call to the holding area. Beef heavyweight class 1, third call to the holding area. First call, beef heavyweight class 2. First call, beef heavyweight class 2.
I just want to make a quick announcement that all of the livestock shows and the sale on Thursday night are being live video streamed. They are available on the Morgan County Fair Board Facebook page. They're also on the Morgan County Fair Board YouTube page. They're available live. You can call your friends and family. They can watch right now. And shows are also archived, so contestants can go back and watch after the shows are over as well. And Bank of Colorado is our sponsor for that, so appreciate their support.
Well, as we've worked through our middleweight division, I think we've seen cattle that are just a little bit more acceptable in terms of fat cover and finish as we work into these kind of 1,200 pound weights. But I think we kind of can start breaking down some things more in terms of phenotype look and balance on the profile. Cattle that maybe move just a little bit better in motion. But just to kind of go back through the young lady steer out of that first class, I think a calf that's really impressive when you're standing right behind him. One that's just really square in terms of his top shape, massive and upper hip, and carries a lot of product into his lower stifle. Maybe not just the freshest and most attractive calf on the profile. That's one that I'd like to make just a notch better in terms of the build of his hip and hind leg, give him just a notch more softness of center body, and kind of freshen him up there. Young man's cream colored steer out of the second class. One that I really like when he's standing still in the profile. This calf balances really well. He's still got a good look up through that front third. He's dimensional and deep in terms of center body and still really level and square out of that hip. And you get behind him and he certainly continues to impress when you're looking from hock up. That calf is really square, really shapely, definitely one that's fresh presented and fresh in terms of fat cover as well. Then when you kind of evaluate him at the ground, that's where we definitely want to change some things. That calf is just a little bit more opened up at the base of his shoulder, doesn't want to quite go out of his front third quite as well. He's pushing a little bit swelling there in that show side rear leg, and one that needs to go with just a little bit more flexibility off of both ends. The young man's third class winner, calf that we really like from the profile. This one balances incredibly well. He's very good looking up through that front third, very level and square out of that hip and hind leg, and a calf that still offers a lot of flexibility and motion. And then one, when you get in right behind him, he's still really impressive in terms of the power he brings. Maybe not the best in terms of hair out here, but I don't think that's a steer that really needs a lot of hair to look good. And that's one that definitely impresses when you put your hands on him. That young man's done an awesome job feeding that calf. That's one that just really puts together a very, very complete and high-quality package. He'll be your division champion. As we bring out that second from that class, there's a pretty close top trio of cattle, all kind of just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. This calf is one that's just a little bit more out there in terms of his build and his look. He's just a little bit tidier in terms of his front third, a little bit longer there in terms of how his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder, and a calf that's just really massive and explosive in terms of his hip. Really stout at the ground, but one that is maybe just a little bit rounder in the construction of his hip. Maybe we'd like to strengthen him right behind his shoulders a little bit, and he's just pretty bold and a little bit coarser there at the point of his shoulder as well. So there's definitely kind of some structural trade-offs between these cattle. He's one that we talked was maybe acceptable enough in terms of finish. We might like to see just a notch more, just another 10th or two there over his 13th, but it's a very, very close decision for reserve. I'll take another peek and then select your reserve champion.
Congratulations to our medium weight champion, Tyson Nedden. Medium weight reserve grand champion is Jillian Steffen. We want to thank Knievel Farms of Wiggins for being our champion middleweight division sponsors. Knievel Farms of Wiggins for our champion medium weight division sponsors. Third and final call for our heavyweight class 1. Entering the ring is heavyweight class number 1, Bailey Kimball, 1,267 pounds. Eli Klaus, 1,279 pounds. Harley Holdren, 1,290 pounds. Eli Klein, 1,305 pounds. Gretchen Vermillion, 1,314 pounds. Michaela Teal, 1,317 pounds. And Cody Holdren, 1,320 pounds. Third and final call, Class 2 heavyweight to the holding area. Third and final call, Class 2 heavyweight to the holding area. First call, Class 3 heavyweight. First call, Class 3 heavyweight. Once again, we'd like to remind everybody that the Cattlemen's Association is having their beef sandwich luncheon. Includes beef sandwich, chips, pickles, water, $10. Donations will help bring agriculture to the classroom and student visits to the National Western Stock Show. Please support them in bringing that to our youth of Morgan County.
I think a pretty interesting duo of steers up here that you can definitely sort them either way depending on the day, and I won't argue with you too much. For personal preference, when we break it down in terms of structure, in terms of quality, there's some differences there. The young lady's black steer for me is just the better built, safer sound option, calf that offers a tremendous amount of flexibility and motion. I think the angle to his shoulder is far better, and how his front end comes out of the top side of it is really, really good. If he had the same level of hair that white steer did, I think the gap would separate itself even more. You get in right behind this calf, and he's still really, really powerful. He's just as shapely there down his top, and one that's definitely 12 o'clock in terms of finish. And when she gets him parked just right, he puts together a pretty unique, high-quality look. Now, when the young lady's white steer came in, he was definitely my first pick. A calf that's just ultra fresh in terms of hair, fresh in terms of carcass merit. A calf that's really, really thick-ended and big-topped when you get right behind him, but one that does just kind of taper a little bit more into his stifle. He's one that's not quite as impressive at the ground in terms of foot and bone, and a calf that's just a little bit more rocked forward in the angle of his shoulder, doesn't get out and move quite as fluid-like and flexible as that class winner, but a duo of steers that are really, really nice. The young man's black steer that comes next, one that's just incredibly heavy structured at the ground. One that's really heavy structured at the surface. You get in behind this calf and you're impressed at how much power he brings out of the top side of his shoulder. Comes back into a really impressive hip, but a calf that's just a little bit shorter constructed, a little more compact in his kind. He's a little bit more open at the base of his shoulder and a little bit coarser at the point of it. Calf that I definitely like to lengthen out there and kind of fix in terms of structure going away, and a calf that we maybe could see an extra tenth of finish on to make him just that much better. Young man's black steer coming next. I think one that's definitely expressive. You get in behind this calf, and I'm impressed by how much shape he brings out of his hip and into his lower stifle. It's a calf that definitely doesn't need the extras to balance with a nice look as well, and one that's flexible. He just doesn't have those extras today. He just doesn't have the quality of look up front, the softness of center body, and I would like to see him go just a little bit more attractive off those rear two. The young lady that's coming next, I think a calf that offers some build and soundness advantages over the young man's that we just talked. One that's just a little bit more flexible off of both ends, and a calf that is a little bit deeper and softer in terms of his center body. But you get in right behind this guy, and he's kind of at a power disadvantage. That's a calf that we'd just like to see a little bit more shape running there through his loin and over his rib cage, and one that I would also like to see just a notch more fat cover on that guy as well. The young lady that's going to come next, a calf that's just a little bit shorter in terms of his muscle pattern. He's just a little bit more compact there. One that we'd like to kind of lengthen out and level out in terms of his hip. But that's a calf that's definitely finished in 12 o'clock from a carcass standpoint, and definitely an easy feeding, soft-sided kind of a steer. And then the calf that's going to round off the class, I think one that's definitely got some extra frame and some performance to that guy, some stoutness of feature at the ground, but this is a calf that we just need to see a little bit more natural skeletal width going away and a little bit more power up high to that guy.
Beef heavyweight class 1, congratulations to Michaela Teal, first place. Second place, Gretchen Vermillion. Third, Eli Klein. Fourth, Eli Klaus. Fifth, Bailey Kimball. Sixth, Harley Holdren. And seventh, Cody Holdren. Entering the class ring is heavyweight class number 2. Nathaniel Dahl, 1,329 pounds. America Lorenzini, 1,337 pounds. Gretchen Vermillion, 1,358 pounds. Darilee Dory, 1,365 pounds. Tyson Fox, 1,372 pounds. Delaney Dragger, 1,373 pounds. Aerith Carrasco, 1,382 pounds. Third and final call, beef heavyweight class 3 to the holding area. Third and final call, beef heavyweight class 3 to the holding area. First call, championship drive, Class 1 and 2 first and second place.
more challenged to kind of sort through this class, a lot of variances in terms of type and kind. But I think the most quality just lies in the three that are left out here. And the one that just brings the most good together today, combines still a very attractive and good look with a sound structure and definitely acceptable carcass merit, is the Young Man Steer out in the middle. I think that's a calf that just balances ultra nice from the profile. He doesn't have the extras in terms of big hair and big legs and big bone as the other two on either side of him, but that calf is definitely better from a finish and fat cover standpoint, and I think that's one that's more than acceptable in terms of foot and bone at the ground. The Young Lady Steer up front at the line that's going to follow second. I think that's a calf that, one, is just really, really impressive in terms of the amount of substance of foot and bone that he carries at the surface, and a calf that's still really sound when put in motion, and one that balances nicely on the profile. You get in behind this steer, and he's really, really big and shapely there over at hip. Carries a lot of product into his lower stifle. If I would change this guy, I'd like to give him just a little bit more dimension and depth of body, soften him up in his kind a little bit, and maybe give him just an extra tenth of fat there at his 13th. But I still think he's acceptable enough to sort to the top end of this class today. And then the young lady that's going to follow third, I think a calf that's similar in terms of type and kind, just a little bit more awkward in terms of his build. He's just a little bit more open at the point of his shoulder. He's a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, and maybe not quite as attractive in the build and set to his hind leg, but that's a calf that's still really impressive in terms of power and shapeliness when you get behind him. Just would like to soften him up too in his center body. Now, I think the young man's kind of cream-colored calf that comes next is one that definitely could shake things up a little bit if he came with just the extras in terms of look, in terms of stoutness of feature, and had just a little bit more shapeliness and power behind, because that calf is still really, really good in terms of his build, soundness on the go, balances really nicely, and one that's on target from a finish standpoint. Just kind of falls out in terms of look, stoutness of feature, and definitely just can't quite compete in terms of the amount of power and shape behind. But the young man's black and white steer that comes next, I think a calf that's definitely got some shape behind him. He's got some shape up high and definitely touches with plenty of fat cover and freshness over his 13th. That's a calf that just needs to go a little bit better when we watch him leave. Go just a little bit more comfortable and fluid-like off of both ends of his skeleton, but one that still brings a pretty good look up front. And the young lady's black and white steer that's going to come next, I think a calf that's got some extra substance in terms of foot and bone. A calf that's still pretty shapely up top, but one that's just a little bit more awkward in terms of his general makeup. That's a calf that's just a little bit shorter and more compact in terms of his hip, a little bit rounder there. Would definitely like to change him in that aspect. And then the young man's gold calf, a pretty nice carcass steer to round off the class with. He's a real soft-sided, easy-feeding kind of a calf that's on target from a carcass standpoint. Maybe one that's just a little bit more awkward in terms of his build as well. He does offer some flexibility in motion, but when he gets parked, he's just a little bit rounder and kind of gets a little piecier. But congratulations to that young man on getting him fed very, very well.
Congratulations to heavyweight class 2. First place, Tyson Fox. Second, Darrell Dory. Third, Delaney Draggart. Fourth, Eric Carrasco. Fifth, Americo Lorenzini. Sixth, Gretchen Vermillion. And seventh, Nathaniel Dahl. Entering the ring, we have class 3 of the heavyweights. Eli Klein, 1,385 pounds. Amelia Vickers, 1,428 pounds. Cassius Middlemist, 1,439 pounds. Rosalind Shepard, 1,444 pounds. Garrett Klaus, 1,459 pounds. Olivia Herrera, 1,468 pounds. And Bailey Kimball, 1,523 pounds. Following the placing of the third class of heavyweights, we'll have our heavyweight championship drive. We need our first and second places from each of the classes 1 and 2 to the holding area. First call, catch it calf class. First call, catch it calf class.
That's my pride and joy.
Even though we've got two varying types and kinds out here, I think the young lady's shorthorn mark calf is just the safest option out here, both from a carcass standpoint and from a structure standpoint. Even though that calf doesn't have some extras in terms of some stoutness at the ground, some freshness of hair, I still think that calf is really complete in terms of his build. He still offers enough flexibility for me, especially as we're pushing into these upper 1400, lower 1500 weight ranges. And then you get behind that calf and he's shapely enough. And one that still touches very, very smooth and on target from a finish standpoint. It's a calf that still puts together a pretty nice look overall. Young lady's black steer, I think one that when he finally gets set up and parked on the profile, he puts together a nice look. That calf comes with some extra freshness in terms of hair, some extra stoutness of feature at the ground, and that calf is not shy of power when you get in right behind him. That's a steer that's just a little bit more awkward in terms of his build. He's a little bit rounder off of both ends and doesn't want to go quite as smooth and fluid-like, and maybe if he'd kind of obey the halter a little bit better, he'd definitely do himself some favors in that department as well. The young lady's shorthorn steer that comes next, I think a calf that when you get right behind him is impressive in terms of how much pin width he has. A calf that's definitely got some reach and flexibility in terms of structure and ultra bold in terms of center body, but that's a calf that we do need to fix in terms of structure at the same token. He gets just way too easy there behind his shoulders. That calf really breaks in terms of his loin. He's just a little bit more generic in terms of the build of his hip and hind leg, and then when you do stand right behind him, even though he's got a big hip, I'm just not sure how much genuine product he really carries into the lower portion of his stifle, and that calf really does need an extra tenth or two of finish to really be 12 o'clock. The young man's black steer that comes next, I think a calf that's really, really powerful, definitely better off in terms of finish and fat cover and freshness to the touch than the calf we just talked, but that's a steer that's just a little bit more quick in terms of his growth pattern, a calf that I'd like to see with just a little bit more length of cannon bone, maybe just a notch more frame size, and we definitely want to change that guy in terms of his build and let him go just a little bit more flexible and fluid-like out of the ring. Then the young man's black and white steer that comes next, I think a calf that is definitely expressive, a calf that's got plenty of shape up high and bold in terms of center body, but that is a calf that I do want to see maybe just a pinch more fat on, maybe just a pinch more time on feed on this for this guy to kind of soften him up a little bit more, and as he comes and goes, he gets just a little bit over in terms of his knee, doesn't quite move as well off his front end or his hind skeleton. Then the young lady that comes next, I think a calf that's definitely got some length and performance and some power to that guy, but a calf that we do want to see go just a little bit more comfortable off those rear two. I do want to see him with just a notch more attractive look up front, maybe a little bit fresher look and handle from there back. And then the young man's white steer that's going to round off the class, I think a calf that's still very easy feeding, soft-sided and dimensional in terms of type and kind. It's definitely a nice feeding project for that young man. Just doesn't come with quite the extras in terms of look, in terms of stoutness of structure and attractiveness of build, but definitely a good carcass steer to round off the class with nonetheless.
Congratulations to our Class 3 heavyweights. First place, Amelia Vickers. Second, Bailey Kimball. Third, Rosalind Shepard. Fourth, Eli Klein. Fifth, Garrett Klaus. Sixth, Olivia Herrera. And seventh, Cassius Middlemist. Entering the ring for our heavyweight drive, Class 1 winner, first place, Michaela Teal, 1,317 pounds. First place out of our Class 2 is Tyson Fox, 1,372 pounds. And first place out of our Class 3 heavyweights, Amelia Vickers, 1,428 pounds. Following them, we have our second place out of Class 1, Gretchen Vermillion, 1,314 pounds. Second out of Class 2 is Darilee Dory, 1,365 pounds. And second place out of Class 3 is Bailey Kimball, 1,523 pounds. We should have third and final call for all Catch It calf participants to the holding area. Third and final call, Catch It calf participants.
I'm not judging you because I don't want to do that job.
We want to thank our heavyweight champion sponsorship, which is J.A. Timmerman Cattle Company, Pineo Yard, Brush, Colorado. Again, thank you to J.A. Timmerman Cattle Company in Pineo Yard.
Well, I still think a very high quality and competitive lineup as we get our class winners back out for the heavyweight division. Definitely, we start to see some more differences in terms of structure and how cattle keep themselves composed in motion when they get to some of these heavier weights. But there's a couple out here that just keep themselves together a little better, can maintain some extra soundness in motion, but still come with that extra look and definitely don't slack from the carcass merit department either. The young lady's calf that wins that first class, one that doesn't have the freshness, a hair coat, but a calf that's still very unique in terms of his build, still balanced and good in terms of his look on the profile. When we get that calf's top settled down, everything seems to blend together very, very well. And he's really cool how that neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. That calf is still exceptionally sound when in motion. And you get behind him and no, he's not the biggest hipped and most powerful steer out here, but he's not shy of it either. And he definitely is more than acceptable in terms of that, and a calf that's still very good in terms of fat cover over his 13th as well. Young man's calf out of the second class, I think that's one that just really puts together a very, very nice look on the profile. A little bit heavier steer, and so he's just a little bit shorter fronted, a little bit deeper in terms of chest floor. He's not quite as unique in terms of how his front end comes out of the top side of his shoulder, but that calf still has a really good look nonetheless. That's one that's really nice and square in terms of the build of his hip and hind leg, offers plenty of flexibility, and you get behind him, and I'm certainly impressed by how much power that calf has, just how square and wide he is down his chop. Comes back into an ultra massive hip and hind leg, and one that definitely is on target from a carcass merit standpoint. And then the red roan steer that comes next, I think a calf that just was kind of the complete option in that class. One that was just safe from a structure standpoint, but still very acceptable in terms of carcass merit, power, and finish over that guy's 13th. With that being said, there's one that just kind of comes to the extra degree in terms of eliteness and quality out here and kind of sets himself apart. That's going to be the young man's Class 2 winner. As we bring that second place in, we talked that's a calf that's really impressive from a stoutness, a structure standpoint, and when you get behind him, just how wide and massive he is in terms of pin set, but a calf that we do need to see softened up just a little bit in terms of center body, see him hook up just a notch stronger behind his shoulders, and maybe come with just an extra degree of finish. The next best option out here in my mind is that Class 1 winner.
Congratulations to our heavyweight champion, Tyson Fox, reserve champion, Michaela Teal. Okay, we're ready for our Catch It Calf classes. We have 4 participants. Michaela Gilbert, 1,112 pounds. Weston Filter, 1,215 pounds. Bailey Kimball, 1,267 pounds. And Olivia Herrera, 1,468 pounds.
The Catch a Calf contest is an activity and educational opportunity for the students to learn more about the beef industry and to get some hands-on experience raising the calves and then also working with their sponsors. In order for this contest to take place, we've got to have several sponsors. They put a lot of financial support into this. I want to recognize those sponsors. The sponsors that help with the calves are Keith Bath Feedlot, Cattlemen's Resource, Dinklage Feeders, Morgan County Farmers Union, Premier Farm Credit, Rudy's Tires, Transwest, and Wickham Tractor Company. Let's thank these sponsors for making this opportunity available. There's 5 parts to this contest, so when the kids receive their calves, they're expected to write monthly letters to their sponsors, so their sponsor relationships. Then they take care of the calves throughout the year, and then before county fair, they have to submit their record books, which is a part of the contest, and they go through an interview with a judge that scores the students on that. And then they also have a rate of gain as far as how well the kids fed their calves from start to finish. And then right now we're doing the live placings. So we'll give you the results of this live placings. We'll tabulate the final placings on that, and then we'll name the overall Catch It Calf winner. That winner will be allowed to sale, will be allowed to be in the sale tomorrow. The others were based on their placings in their actual classes earlier today. I'd like to encourage everybody to also remember that if you're interested in any of the Catch It contests, that those applications are due tomorrow night, or no, tonight at 6 o'clock at the 4-H office. So that would be with all of the animals. So if you're interested in doing that, please make sure that you get your applications completed and then get submitted in, I believe it's 6 o'clock tonight.
As we're placing this class, we want to once again thank our judge for today, Austin Wieselmeyer. He's done an immense job. He's had a super strong career as a livestock judger in college, and we appreciate him coming out to Morgan County and helping us out with our show today. Thanks.
I think a really nice class of Catch It calves. There's some different things that might come into play in this program in terms of selecting these cattle and how it might be different from going around to all the club calf sales and whatever you have it. But I think the young lady that wins the class got put with a pretty nice calf, one that's good in terms of the foundation, fundamentals in terms of structure, flexibility, and how that calf is put together. But I think she's done an exceptional job of feeding that calf. He maybe doesn't have the most natural width like the steer in second does, but I think this calf is really 12 o'clock in terms of finish. He's very, very fresh to the touch. He's got enough muscle for me today, and that's one that just puts together a pretty nice package in general. Young lady's calf that comes second, that's definitely the more powerful option. That's a heavier weight calf that does offer more spread and width over his loin edge. Does come back into a bigger pin set, but that's a calf that maybe isn't quite as smooth to the touch, isn't quite as filled in there over his 13th, and one that I would like to change in terms of his build out of his hip and hind leg, but that's still a big centered, easy, soft-sided calf that's definitely got a ton of product to him. And then the young man's calf that's going to come third, I think a steer that's still big and dimensional in terms of center body. He's big in terms of his upper hip, maybe tapers just a little bit more into his lower stifle. It's a calf that's just a little bit kind of straighter off of both ends of his skeleton, but that's a calf that is still pretty smooth to the touch. He's still pretty filled in over his 13th, and so good job to that young man on getting him fed. And then the young lady steer that's going to round off the class, I think he is the lightest weight calf of the group too, and a calf that we would like to see just a little bit more time on feed. Maybe this guy could have been pushed just a little bit harder to have a little bit more weight on him, a little bit more finish and fat cover, but I think a really, really nice group of steers, and these young people have done a good job with them. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations to our Catch It calf classes. We have first place Bailey Kimball, second place Olivia Herrera, third place Weston Filter, and Michaela Gilbert fourth. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors as we get ready to recognize our overall winner of the Catch It contest, Keith Bath Feedlot, Cattlemen's Resource, Dinklage Feeders, Morgan County Farmers Union, Premier Farm Credit, Rudy's Tire, Transwest, and Wickham Tractor Company. And this year's overall Catch It calf winner is Weston Filter. Congratulations, Weston. All right, here we go. Our Market Beef Championship Drive. Entering the ring, lightweight champion Delaney Draggart, 1,111 pounds. Middleweight champion Ty Snedden, 1,257 pounds. And heavyweight champion Tyson Fox, 1,372 pounds. Also entering, we have our reserve champion lightweight, Brody Yoder, 1,143 pounds. Middleweight reserve, Jillian Steffen, 1,266 pounds. And our heavyweight reserve, Michaela Teal, 1,317 pounds. While we're working through our placings in the championship drive, wanted to recognize our rate of gain champions with an average daily gain of 3.12, fifth place, Abby Ramirez. Amelia Vickers, fourth place, 3.14. Garrett Klaus, third place, 3.18. Second place, Cassius Middlemiss, 3.21. And our champion rate of gain is Jasmine Brindisi with an average daily gain of 3.63. Congratulations. If you can come up to the booth. Jasmine, we have a plaque for you up at the booth.
Well, we might not just have the biggest beef show in the state or in the world, but I think the quality of livestock has been awesome. But more importantly, the quality of the young people has been even better. And I think this is a very, very exciting group to watch grow and to watch compete against each other. And I think there's just a lot of talent in these young people as they move on past showing livestock into their future endeavors. So let's give these exhibitors out here and everyone back at the barns a big round of applause. I do want to say thank you to Marlon and everybody else involved with Morgan County Extension for having me out. It's certainly been a pleasure to work through the livestock, to interact with the young people, and to kind of help give back to an organization that's just done so much for me too. So for everyone that's kind of helped put this show on behind the scenes, everyone in here for ring help and so forth, let's give them a big round of applause. It's been a really, really well-ran show so far. And I'm not one for just super big, long speeches, but I do think there's a couple important takeaways that I think have become more apparent to me in the last year and a half since I've been out of college and kind of been a little bit more away from the 4-H and FFA programs and just what these programs do for these young people. I think there's three big takeaways that I've kind of learned more about and I think offer just a tremendous amount of value to these young people after college and when they're in the workplace. I think work ethic is definitely number one. That's something that we kind of see a lack of and a shortage of nowadays. You go to the local Walmart, the gas station, restaurants, pretty much everywhere, there's a "we're hiring" sign. And it seems like finding people that want to do something, want to contribute, and want to actually work is pretty hard to find. But in this community, in this industry, I think there's no shortage of it. And I think what it does to teach these young people work ethic is really, really important. Number two is definitely, I think, accountability for me. In terms of adding on to work ethic, it takes a long time, a lot of money, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into these projects, not just on the cattle side, but other species as well. And it's a lot of responsibility that these young people take on. It teaches them accountability. It teaches them that they've got something out there that needs taken care of, that they need to provide a good quality of life for. And we definitely do that for the show cattle side. They definitely live better than some people out there do. And so I think accountability is huge. It seems like nowadays it's so easy to blame others and to blame the system or the government or whatever you have it for all of our problems. But I don't see that as much with people that come out of the cattle industry, out of the 4-H and FFA programs. They're more accountable. They realize when it's their fault and when it's not, and they don't throw blame at others. And so having a good honor and good accountability is huge. But leadership, that's kind of number three for me. That's one that we always kind of hear about for these young people in terms of being the president of the 4-H club or the FFA chapter, but it's much more than that, especially when they get through with this. Leadership translates in the workplace and into the community so much more with people that grew up in this program than people that don't. I think there's a lot of situations that I've heard where there's young people graduating from college that go into a completely different career path than what they had prepared and studied for because they're good leaders, because they have good communication skills and they know how to work with other people. And it just seems like there's a shortage of that too in terms of the next generation that's coming up, but definitely not 4-H and FFA. And so it's really hard for me to put a dollar figure on how important it is to invest in these young people, to invest in these projects and help them with their future and help them become contributing and beneficial members of society later on. And so whether you're outside the ring, whether you've been throwing the feed pan in front of these every day, or whether you're just showing up for support, you've invested in these young people too. And so I just want you all to give yourselves and give everybody around here a round of applause that's helped invest in these young people out here. And I really just can't stress enough those 3 points and just how important it is to be involved in these programs. It's not just about purple ribbons and belt buckles. It's about so much more. But let's go ahead and get on with the purple ribbon and the belt buckle part of it. We'll kind of go back through and recap our division winners. The young lady steer that comes out of that first division, I think a calf that when you get in behind him, I'm impressed by how much power that guy has for his frame size. He's one that is still actually pretty dang close to being finished and 12 o'clock in terms of fat cover over his rib. That calf is really good to the touch and one that still offers plenty of flexibility, maybe a few build and structure things we want to nitpick at and change here and there, but that's a calf that still balances really well and is a really good representation of a nice market animal out here. A young man's class or middleweight champion, I think a calf that's really, really good in terms of his balance and his attractiveness from the profile. That's a calf that is really nice in terms of his build and flexibility when set in motion. Maybe he too is just a little bit awkward in the build of his hip and how he kind of uses that hind leg, but he offers a lot of flexibility and he still covers his tracks. And that's a calf that is still exceptionally powerful and heavy muscled when we get behind him. And for being in that kind of 1,200 pound range, he's definitely on target from a finish standpoint and just really, really fresh to the touch, even though he might not bring the fresh hair coat that some of these others out here do. And then we get to our heavyweight champion, and I think a calf that, yes, he's got more pounds on him, he's got a little more age on him, and so his front end is just not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as unique as some others that we've seen come through the ring, but you study that calf from there back, and I think he's really, really good everywhere. That calf does still balance exceptionally well. He's still ultra bold in terms of center body. He's massive in terms of his top shape. That's probably one of the biggest tops, biggest ended steers that we've seen out here, and one that still offers as much flexibility for as much power as he has, and being at that heavier weight is certainly something that's pretty impressive too. We've got a couple reserves out here that definitely fit in terms of type and kind. I think we are still able to bring cattle out here and not just the biggest show that still all kind of fit together in one way or another, that are still similar in terms of the silhouette that they paint, and cattle that are still good from a carcass merit standpoint. There's definitely some reserves that offer some extra quality, some extra pieces in terms of foot and bone and freshness, but maybe just don't have quite as much punch and power. Maybe we need to fix a little fat cover here and there, but I think it's an exceptionally high quality lineup. I've probably talked the cattle plenty. Let's go out and show you your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our grand champion market beef, Tyson Fox. Reserve champion goes to Ty Snedden. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right, we're at the time for our senior showmanship. So first call, senior showmanship. Heat 1 will be Eli Klein, Jason Diaz, Clayton Barch. Oh, I'm sorry. Heat 1 will be Americo Lorenzini, Bailey Kimball, Clayton Barch, Dara Lee Dory, Delaney Draggart, Eli Klein, Garrett Klaus, Jillian Steffen, Jasmine Brindisi, Eli Klaus, and Jocelyn Middlemist. First call, senior showmanship, Heat 1. Once again, we want to thank the Cattlemen's Association for putting on lunch today. They have asked me for a last call on their lunch. Beef sandwiches, including beans, chips, pickles, and water. $10 lunch price. Donations will go to help build agriculture to the classroom and students in Morgan County to visit the National Western Stock Show. So again, last call on Morgan County Cattlemen's Luncheon.
Colorado businesses are one of a kind. But to run one, it helps having someone that takes stock of what you need. We're the bank that gets to know your business up close.
Hey, Annabelle.
Then we give you the right kind of lending support to focus less on finding a loan and more on the one thing in front of you. That's thinking outside the bank.
Ain't that right, Annabelle?
Bank of Colorado. There's only one.
You're very hungry.
Let's do third call of our senior showmanship Heat 1. Third call, senior showmanship Heat 1. First call, intermediate showmanship. First call, intermediate showmanship.
Scratch Eli and Garrett Klaus are not going to be showmanship. Scratch that.
Entering the class ring is Senior Showmanship Heat 1. Heat 2, Senior Showmanship to the holding area. Heat 2, Senior Showmanship to the holding area. First call, Intermediate Showmanship. We've had a few contestants pull out of the showmanship, so we're going to just run one heat of senior showmanship. Second call, intermediate showmanship to the holding area. Second call, intermediate showmanship.
Well, I went through and talked with some of these seniors about some things that I like that they're doing, and they've all done a little bit of practice at home, but there's a few things that we can definitely work on in terms of show ring management, making sure we're staying all the way out to the edges, especially with a big group, making sure that feet are set just right, and so forth. And so all those that are kind of positioned on that side, let's go ahead and dismiss them from the ring and give them a round of applause as they exit. We'll go ahead and work through the rest a little bit more.
Third and final call, intermediate showmanship to the holding area. Third and final call, intermediate showmanship to the holding. First call, junior showmanship.
Well, I kind of ruined a little bit of a suspense for the top 5. Pulled the young man with the white steer in for 5th, and not that there's a real particular placing from there on back. But a few things we definitely could have worked on was just making sure that feet are always set perfect. There were a couple times that I did catch you where back feet on the profile were square, and we do want to see them just a little bit staggered. And so don't be afraid to just poke down there every 10 seconds and make sure those feet are set just right. But very, very knowledgeable. Appreciate how you get that calf work to the edges of the ring, and you can definitely tell that you've done your homework at home, and he's fairly automatic out here. So nice job to you. To come in next for 4th, it gets a little bit closer between 3 and 4, I think. But the young man that kind of just fell out a little bit as we kind of went on just a little longer is the young man in the blue. He's going to end up 4th today. Like right now, we kind of talked on the last kid that we just need to keep those back legs set just a little bit more correct. And even there on that calf, I'd probably honestly push his show side back leg further back instead of bringing that other one up. And so like right now when we're trying to half step him forward, we're just a little bit tight on space with that calf in front of you. So I do want to see you circle around. But I think you hit me with a really, really good first impression coming in. Very, very knowledgeable about the feeding program on this calf and things that we would have liked to change and do different leading up to county fair. I think the poise and the intensity is really, really good as well. Just kind of keep that space in mind and make sure that we're working with feet just a little bit better. For 3rd, we're going to go with the young lady in kind of this peach-colored shirt right in front of me. More of kind of like a subtle showman. I think very, very calm and relaxed in terms of your demeanor. I think a young lady that has done a really, really nice job in terms of getting that calf set up. And he's always parked how he needs to be on the profile. Maybe we've kind of gotten into a little bit of a space pickle up here. Maybe we could have pulled forward a step or two. That's kind of indifferent. We've kind of changed how we stand in relation to that calf lately. I do like to be just a little bit closer to that head, but more so in front. And we were kind of just a little bit farther behind with kind of a straight arm out. And that's just a little nitpicky showing style for me, but maybe just not quite as intense as 2 of the other young ladies out here. But I think very, very good job to you as well. And then the other 2, I think it gets really, really close between these 2. I did go through and ask these kids what the feeding program was for these calves. I don't necessarily care what brand it is, even though I might be partial to a certain one right now, but I do want to know that they're knowledgeable about their feed, why they're feeding, what kind of feed, things they maybe could have done extra for show day, and then some things that they've learned now that they've kind of gotten through with county fair, and things they could have done differently leading up to it. I like to see some progress and some learning. And both of these young ladies were incredibly knowledgeable about the feed program, things they could have done differently with each calf, even though they're kind of different in terms of those programs. But there's a little bit different of a showing style. We talked the young lady up front is kind of just a little bit more poised in front of the calf, the arms closer to her side. The young lady out back is just a little bit straighter arm, just standing a little bit more off. Maybe just a little bit quicker with the show stick as well, but both are very, very intense. Both have done just an incredibly awesome job out here. Almost never missed a beat, and you can tell those calves are very, very automatic. They've definitely done their homework at home. The one that just hit me a little bit harder throughout the day, first impression-wise, and one that's just kind of really, really hung in there is going to be the young lady up front. She'll be champion.
Congratulations to our senior showmanship, senior showman champion, Delaney Draggart, reserve, Jillian Steffen. Entering the ring, we have our intermediate showmanship. First call, junior showmanship. First call, junior showmanship. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. Gretchen Vermillion. Tag number 03. Gretchen Vermillion. You need to bring your steer to the ring for a picture. Gretchen Vermillion, please bring steer number 03 to the ring. Attention in the barn. Ashlyn Thompson, steer 47. Ashlyn Thompson, steer 47, please come in for a picture.
Yeah, very good. Is that a hold ring? Or is it a hold ring?
we'll kind of do this group the same. We'll work fifth to the top and talked with these young ladies about some just ring awareness things that we can work on. But I will kind of ding all these kids. There might have been maybe one of them that actually combed through their calf after I went through and handled and kind of laid some hair down. So let's just make sure we kind of get that dialed in for next time when I move on to the next calf, we comb through those things. But coming in fifth today is going to be the young man right in front of me with the Baldy steer. I think most of the time he gets him parked just right. That calf is real calm and works with you great. I think eye contact is really good, but like right now, he's just way too spread out on us. We need to kind of keep looking down and checking on feet, making sure they're set how they need to be for that guy. Coming in fourth is going to be the young man in the red here to my left. I think intensity's really good. Eye contact's great. Your poise and posture's awesome, and where you position yourself in relation to the head of the calf is good. There's a couple things we do need to work on. We can slow that show stick down a little bit. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi on that show stick. And then when I'm walking around the front or coming and handling, just make sure we keep scratching on that calf. We don't have to fully turn around and kind of present ourselves to the judge. It's all about the calf. And so we want to make sure that, yes, we can kind of move around a little bit and kind of let me see the side view real good, and then let me see the front view of that calf real good. But just keep scratching on that guy the whole time through. We don't need those unnecessary changeovers. Young man in the green is going to come in third today. A young man that I think has done a great job of getting that calf set up and parked just right. There's a couple things we can work on in terms of how we hold that halter. I do want to see the hand just a little bit closer to the head. It gives you more control, and it's a little bit more comfortable because then you can keep your arm just a little bit lower. If that chain is a little too slick, I recommend vet wrapping those chains. Then you got a good handhold there. But also I would like to see you just out in front of the calf just a little bit more, but I think we've gotten better about our show stick. It's just that real big hand placement deal. It's just kind of awkward up there. And then show stick, let's hold it vertical when we move, when we get in motion. Then I think it gets fairly close between the two young ladies that are left out here. I think both might have missed the comb, and so they kind of go back to an even playing field there. But there's one that's just a little bit more intense, one that's just a little bit more unnoticeable, and sometimes I like to talk that I like my showmen to be almost unnoticeable, because we want the judge to evaluate the calf and not be distracted by a certain showing style or by what the showman might be doing here and there. So the young lady that's just a little bit more unnoticeable, a little more smooth, a little more automatic has been the young lady up front. She's going to be your champion today. Then the young lady coming in second. Just a few things. We're not quite as polished up in terms of our movement. There's a couple times, like even now with that calf, even though I'm talking to him, just go ahead and pull that guy forward a good half step and make sure he's always set just right how he needs to be. And then you can kind of position yourself just a little bit closer to his head instead of kind of really stretching that arm out. But I think both did an awesome job. Let's just kind of make sure we keep in mind that comb deal later on. But congratulations to the immediate exhibitors. Awesome job.
Congratulations to our intermediate beef showmanship. First place champion, Ashlyn Thompson. Reserve champion, Ariana Yoder. Want to make sure that we recognize our Grand Champion Market Beef sponsorship, Dan and Susan Kendrick to Fort Morgan. We thank Dan and Susan for their sponsorship of the Grand Champion Market Beef. Reserve Grand Champion Market Beef was sponsored by Whackers Farm of Brush. Again, thank you to Whackers Farm of Brush for Reserve Grand Champion sponsorship. And entering our ring is our last class of the day, our junior showmanship. We want to thank Magnum Feedlot of Wiggins for sponsoring our Showmanship Awards today. Again, thank you to Magnum Feedlot of Wiggins for our Showmanship Awards.
We'll kind of start with a few little pointers for these juniors that are over here. A couple things just in terms of feet and legs that is kind of the main thing on those three. Couple things about how we kind of just hold that halter and that show stick and go around the ring, getting those calves pulled straight into line. And then when we go ahead and circle calves, or maybe when our calf is being a little difficult when we're making a big circle, we always want to just push outward towards the calf's head instead of trying to pull them back towards you, especially when they're being just a little bit more of a handful, especially for some of you young people. It can kind of, it creates the risk of you getting stepped on too. And so just be very aware of how feet and legs are set. Let's make sure when we move a leg, we know why we're moving it, and we're moving it to where it needs to be placed, and not just picking at legs. Try and pull those cattle up another half a step to try and get feet set naturally instead of picking at them too much. But the one that's going to kind of round off the top end of this deal in fifth is going to be the young man with the small Wagyu cross calf. This guy's got really, really good intensity, really good poise. I think you work with that calf really, really well. But we are getting a little bit out of line, and so we're a little farther back away. Not that I want you to get really a lot closer to me than the other cattle, but especially with a smaller calf, we don't want to get hidden behind these big calves. I want you straight in line. And then like even right now, our feet and legs are a little out of whack, but you've been doing a good job of keeping them in line and where they need to be beforehand. So good job to you, young man. You'll be fifth. Coming in fourth is going to be the young lady up here at the front of the line. I think one that's pretty unnoticeable, but maybe not just quite as intense as some of the others. Would like to see just a little bit more of that I want to win it attitude and eye contact out here. I know we're just a little bit younger. We don't have quite as much strength and height to get that head up like some of these bigger kids. But that calf works really well for you, and I don't think he minds holding his head up. But maybe he's just a little bit stretched out right now, and so just keep an eye on those front legs, pull them back into line, and then just make sure we have a comb on us as well. That way when I come through and handle, the other three took care of it very, very well, but we just need that comb, and maybe there's a little loop that we can put it through, but just little nitpicky things. But I think very, very calm, relaxed showman. Like the fact that you're pretty unnoticeable out here. Definitely appreciate that. I think between the other three, it gets really, really close. These three, you can tell they've got that I want to win it attitude. All three are very, very competitive. I think all of them work with these calves incredibly well. What it kind of comes down to is maybe one of them's being just a little bit more difficult for us, not letting us truly show that calf off, and maybe we kind of just pulled right back there, a little bit out of whack in line, but we were already kind of set before that even happened. Young lady here is going to be third. I think you're an incredible showman to be third. Good job to you. Better luck another day. He's just kind of wanting to be just a little bit of a knucklehead with you. I think we get a calf that just really, really works well with you, and I think you can definitely make a case to win this showmanship. Between the other two, then it gets really, really, really close. I think there's some little nitpicky things that we can work on in terms of poise and posture at times, but these two do a very, very good job. Sometimes it's just kind of nitpicking at unnecessary movements between these two. Maybe one of them's just a little bit more antsy and wants to move around a little bit more. One of them's just real solid, concrete, and is almost kind of that unnoticeable as well, and always make sure that calf is set up perfect. I think these two could absolutely give the intermediate and the senior group a run for their money, and I think are definitely, you can tell they've got their cattle down to where they are automatic. The homework at home's been done, but today, I think you can definitely switch them any other day, but today the one that's been just a little bit more spot on and more nearly flawless is going to be the young lady up front. She'll be champion junior. Young man here will be second. He's just struggling a little bit. Let's give the rest of these kids a big round of applause as they exit. It's been a really, really fun day. Thanks for having me out again.
For those of us still around, please give Austin a round of applause. We sure appreciate him coming down today and spending time working with our kids. He's done an amazing job. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and then at that point in time, anybody in the show barn who'd like to take some pictures at the backstop with our judge are more than welcome to do so at that point in time. But we are going to take a quick lunch break for Austin. Thank you.
Colorado businesses are one of a kind. And to run one, it helps having someone that's there for you when things get rough. We're the bank that gets to know your business up close.
Alvin, come here, please.
Then we give you the right kind of lending support to focus less on finding a loan and more on the one thing in front of you, or the one thing that falls into your lap. That's thinking outside the bank.
Bank of Colorado. There's only one.
Who wants the ball? Go get it!
Congratulations to our junior beef showmanship, champion showmanship for the junior division, Hannah Fox, reserve champion, Tyson Fox.